right. How is everyone doing today? I hope everyone is having a lovely, lovely day. Right, let's go. Let's get straight to it. Because I really, really, really want to finish this trial. So we were in the middle of a judicial thing, and I got really, really tired in the end because I had to do this scene again. So, but now we know what we need to do. So, hold it. Could we please talk about the poison rather than the gas, do you think, sir? So we need to figure out, so nobody can find poison in the tea. So we need to figure out where the victim is being poisoned. And people keep talking about the gas. So it comes to link together so that he could be poisoned by the gas. The question is how? Well, if you like, I mean, to be honest, I'll take poison over gas every time. You take poison? What I mean is, poison can only poison you. It doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Well, it's certainly true that poison isn't prone to exploding. But I think you'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. Ah! You're right! I hadn't considered that at all! Young lawyer man. Yes? You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. Well, I wasn't expected to pick up more business in the middle of a trial, that's for sure. But the question is did he do this by himself, or was he forced to do it? I don't know. Anyway, the point is I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Hold it! Hold it! Can we please refrain from all this talk of gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. And I'm supposed to sit here and take it, am I? I don't think so. She's really buzzing now. Yeah, she is. All I've heard about our wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, What about getting electrocuted? What about that? A little explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. So we're expecting the guy next to him to react. Any explosion could hardly be described as nothing, madame. Nevertheless, the theft of your gas is deplorable. My point exactly. But the gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know. More devious? Who, madame? Other gas companies, of course. Other gas companies? Yeah, so she ends up talking about how other gas companies is stealing her husband's company's gas and using it as their own gas. I presume to gain more profit? Not quite what I was expecting. We generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. Indeed, nobody is questioning that, madame. Altamont is an exemplary gas company. But there are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. What? But if they don't have any gas, how do they go about selling it to people? You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas, you see, and sell that. So she's explaining, and then after this, I remember now, this is all coming back to me. She's explained how her workers would be able to tell that it's their gas, I think. how did she do it? I can't remember. But they did it like a technique. They steal your gas? How on earth is such a thing possible? Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes via a network of pipes. But these devious reprobates secretly disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Then they make a contract with the households supplied by those pipes and take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing, and probably double that price because it's not their gas. They're diverting gas into their own pipes illegally. What a brazen form of theft! Hi, Tech Ninja. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Lovely privatization you're on. We're talking about gas. When we visit customers' houses to collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Yes, she did mention that, but how? It's something about tasting the gas. I tried to remember. Let's see what he says. Do you have something to say about that, juror number 3? Oh golly, you mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. I really did catch him off guard there. Thinking about what the lady next to you was saying, correct? Well, yes. I just got a little wild about it recently, you see. Go on. An ultimate gas worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. We need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. So I let him in, and do you know what he said? What did he say? I'm afraid I have no idea. Please tell us. He proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. Then he grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe and started blowing into it. Oh yeah, I remember now. It's not to do with the gas, it's to do with the pipes. What do you think you're doing, young man? You're giving away your company's secrets there. Oh, please, everybody knows. But it was very nearly the death of me. I can tell you. What do you mean? I'll explain if you don't mind. As I said before, these unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipework. So you want to check if your pipes is connected to their household. Yes, but how does blowing into the pipes come into it? Obviously, there's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. By blowing air through the pipe, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. Ah, I see. In other words, so if it flickers, it means that it's connected to the gas? This gas company? If upon blowing into the pipe, the lights of an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker, you can know that these devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. That's... Exactly, my lord. That's it in a nutshell. It's the reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. The trouble is, the particular worker who came to my house didn't know the strength of his own breath. He blew down the pipe with all his might, and you can guess what happened, can't you? It went out. Well, if he blew harder, then... Wait, you mean... That's right. The lights didn't just flicker, they went out. Along with the stove, gas started pouring into the house. What a disaster! The gas supply must have been interrupted briefly because the man blew too hard, so the flames went out. I'm afraid I yelled at the fellow. Are you trying to kill us all? I said. So by disconnecting a lamp and blowing into the exposed gas pipe, it's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network of pipes. And then when the gas starts flowing again, it just silently seeps into the room. Hodo, I think perhaps. Yes, this is almost certainly the clue that we've been hoping for. Juror number 3, the defense requests that you amend your statement to include that information. Oh, well, if you like. I don't mind. Well, I do. That's our company's secret method of identifying the rogues. Like I said, madame, it's widely known already. Very well, juror number 3, you will amend your statement accordingly. I do hope that juror number 4 doesn't have anything to do with the poison of William Shakespeare. I really, really like her. She has these step on me mummy vibes. Yes, my lord, although I'm not really sure what the point of all this is. So what's he saying? Blow too hard into a gas pipe and you extinguish everything in the house. And then you're in real trouble. Gas doesn't come for free. It costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. We've just pressed a... Cammy! Hi! Hello! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing, lovely? Let me give you a shout out. I hope that you are well. How are things? How was your week so far? Wait, you were playing Shin Megami Tensei? Is that to do with the Persona series? How is that?
Yours and I did 2 of theirs.
Woke up feeling like pure crap.
Yeah, this all sucks.
But meds and shower. I do hope that you do feel better. Maybe get some coffee as well, or tea, whatever your preference. Persona is a spin-off series from it. Ah, nice. How are you? I am tired. I just came back from shopping. And then me and my boyfriend went to a rugby game yesterday, and the team that my boyfriend supported lost. So we decided to go shopping today. We bought a lot of books and scented candles and board games. All right. The tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. This is about his wife put salt into his tea. You mean it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. This is most troubling indeed. There's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see, and I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face as she slips some white powder into my cup. And you drink it anyway? Shit. The Shin Megami Tensei, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6? No, there's no Persona 6. Persona for the main series. Nice. Oh, did you hear? Persona 3 is going to be on Steam. Or on Steam. Is it already on Steam? I'm thinking of getting it. I was brought up proper, I was. If someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. And what happened to you? What did it taste like? It was god awful, believe you me. Salt is hell. No. It's fucking salty as hell. Salty like me when I play League of Legends. Then I think perhaps what your wife put in your tea was salt. No! So, she doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? Unbelievable. That's not the point, sir, but okay. The world of SMT, of course, the world of Persona 1. So the world of SMT is the reason for Persona 1. Got it. Let's move on, please. Let's move on indeed. If nothing else past the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? But something has. It might be the gas. Does that mean that if the victim could be shown to have ingested something else, you change your leaning? Sorry? What's that now? Oh, I was just saying, if the victim did actually eat or drink something else on the night... What's the matter with you? Sorry? I said, if nothing else passed the victim's lips that night, there's no other explanation, is there? Haven't you been listening to me at all? I feel there's an English expression about a pot and a kettle that's appropriate here. Oh dear. Persona 1 and Persona 2 are tied into each other. Persona 2 calls the world of Persona 3. Ah, so it all links. That's quite interesting, even though they're played by different characters. Well, Persona 2 hasn't come up on Steam, but Persona 3 does, and I heard Persona 3 is very hardcore. Ah! Excuse me. Compared to the other jurors who don't even appear to have anything to say about the case at all, it would seem that this elderly gentleman has been listening to the proceedings far more intently. I suppose the trouble is, he has selective hearing? This juror may well be the key to the breakthrough that we so desperately need. Wait, they have been telling us! They have been telling us which jurors to pick last time. I was just so tired I didn't even know. Because I was a fucking idiot. Oh, really? I'm still willing to try it because I never played Persona 3. Maybe lazy wouldn't be the way to go about it. Maybe it's safer. Again, I heard that Persona 3 is too hardcore. Ugh, this is hopeless. There's no way for me to appeal to these people. I do think that the only way we shall overcome this difficult situation is by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamspeare was really poisoned. We have to prove that it happened some other way and not via Mr. Natsume's tea. Yes, I know. The trouble is, I have absolutely no idea how it did happen. I think I got an idea. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder if perhaps there's something you might have forgotten. Oh? Like what? It's important to watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else says. Oh, I already know about these. I know about this. We don't need to listen to this. It's about catching someone's reaction while somebody else is speaking. No need, no need. We already done that. P3P is lazy because you don't get some of the stuff that was exclusive to FES in addition to very minor fixes. I think Persona 4 Golden was originally PSP, but I have no other way of playing Persona 3, so I'm willing to give it a try. Or maybe there's some other versions that might come out soon. I don't know. Of course, I'm sure you're right. But if you decide you would like your memory refreshed, you only need to ask. Thank you, Sasato. We love you. So we need to go to juror number 3. We've already talked to these two. What they said is absolutely useless. So we need to pit him against the old dude. Yeah. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Ah, it's a shame. I really loved the... They're doing the one. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Then why did they bring that one out instead of the other version then? Oh, it was on Vita? Oh. That's my bad. For some reason, I thought it was on PSP. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, Council? Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Eh? What? Yes, of course. I heard them mumbling about something or other. There is another explanation here, I believe. Something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a manner of speaking, pass the victim's lips on the night in question. What? What explanation? I wonder, did the police check the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall light at the scene? To see if there were any traces of poison there? I was curious to see what your floundering would result in this time, but the mouth of a gas pipe? Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. Hold it! What a piece of work is a man! What are you trying to say, Mr. Shamspeare? This is when he starts to end up being a little worried. What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. I really love doing his voice, even though he's an absolute arse. He's funny. Hopefully they'll actually use good quality music. The SMT3 remaster was mid as fuck. Oh dear. I'm sorry for laughing, but the way he said that is so funny. But yeah, you have to be careful with remasters because it could change the whole lot. People are still debating whether the remaster of Crash Bandicoot is better than the original. Honestly, I don't think they should be compared, in my humble opinion. Because one, Naughty Dog originally made the story and made that platform of the game, and what Vicarious Visions did is made it graphically better. I like the graphics is really good. I thought I'd been quite clear, but let me put it another way. The strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. And that is how the poison came to enter your body. Good lord. Could strychnine be in... Are they tasty, their gas pipes? Is that what he's saying? Oh, it's a gentleman suggesting that the poor man was so desperately hungry he tried to fill his belly with gas. Perhaps no actress would perform a kiss scene with him, Oh, savage! We love the Queen Bee! The Queen Bee is amazing! For shame, madame, speaking thy fancy! I assure you I'm not such a buffoon that I have to kiss pipes! This is no summation examination. This is a farce. The prosecution will not stand for any more of my learned Nipponese friends' conjecture. Shit! Lord Van Zieks is not a happy bunny. Excuse me. What's a baby? Oh, difficulties. We do love voice acting, but it didn't even use a higher quality that the original lacks. Ugh, why is it low quality though? I don't know why the quality of the sounds was so bad around then. Have you played like the Wrath of Cortex? Wrath of Cortex sound is so bad. Actually, if you've played Crash Bandicoot Cortex Strikes Back, the original version, the sound in that is also pretty bad too. Like, they can't even get the sound of, like, you couldn't hear Cortex in that game at all. Because the music was too loud. I don't know why they do that. When you say low quality audio, do you mean the music was bad, or it was like staticky, or it was like low, like you can't hear it. No, that's true. Game doesn't even run at 60 frames. Oh, so it runs at 30? That's bad. Yeesh. To begin with, the lamp in the victim's room is high on the wall. In order to have placed his lips in the pipe that feeds it, he would have to be a contortionist. These are empty assertions. There is no possible proof that the man did as you say. We do have proof! It's true. I have no proof that Mr. Shamspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty there are multiple occasions. Mr. Shamspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp on this wall. He would need to step on something, and I have evidence to prove it. Alright, you've got our attention, lad. I like to see how you can be so sure of yourself. So would I. Let's see this evidence then. Yes, let's show them the picture. This is the proof that time and time again, Mr. Shamspeare stood in front of this gas lamp. So for people who, let me just recap on what happened. So within the investigation, Mr. Holmes, Sherlock Holmes helped us of finding handprints, or what he likes to call skin prints of what's going on in the room. He has some sort of gun and a chemical to show these skin prints. And the skin prints shows of so many handprints laying against each other on the wall underneath the gas lamp. And it ends up being suspicious. This is it. You can see lots of different handprints all over the wall. And it's very superstitious. It looked like that he was... I don't know what I was thinking when I saw that. Something very, very rude. But yes, we will present this. However, back then there was no such... Remember, there was no such thing as checking for fingerprints and DNA back then. This was in the Victorian times. When did checking fingerprints and DNA in forensic science came about? I don't remember. Like, let's have a look. DNA forensics was first reported in 1984? That late? Like, I knew it came later, but... I didn't realize it was that late. But the issue with fingerprints is that it is bullshit. Really? Why was it bullshit? These are... Wait, what are they called? Having their fingerprints confused. Wait, really? There's two people with the exact same fingerprints? I thought the whole idea was that fingerprints are completely different. Yes, skin prints that were found at the scene. Skin prints, Counsel? I've never heard of such things. The Justice Ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court, however. My lord, this is an exciting new forensic technique developed by the great detective Mr. Sherlock Holmes. It reveals all of the places that Mr. Shamspeare touched in his room. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, that's black magic, isn't it? Well, if anyone could invent something like this, it's that great Holmes fellow, that's for sure. I agree. This month's edition of Engineering Thumbs was quite fascinating. We found skin prints in many places that you would expect. On the table, on the costumes. However, Mr. Shamspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. Why is that so funny? I don't know why that's so funny. And upon birth, you have your fingerprints taken, which is a complete invasion of your privacy. Your fingerprints are taken and put it into a database. That's fair enough. In case anything happens. Same goes for DNA as well. Do, do, do. For example, here. Around the hanging picture there. Around the hanging picture there? Indeed, multiple handprints appear to be visible. Well, I wonder, could you have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? I didn't realize that your fingerprints were taken by birth, though. Could you have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? At first, my colleagues and I thought the same. However, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are, and you would find yourself directly in front of... Ah! I don't believe it! The gas lamp! Though the reason why isn't immediately obvious, it's clear that Mr. Shakespeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. Right, what have you been up to, you nut? Oh, what's he gonna say? I'd ask the court to recall juror number 4's earlier statement. Me? What did I say? You said that blowing into a gas pipe would make the lights in the entire building flicker. And now, if you recall juror number 3's statement... What? Me now? When the gas worker who visited his home blew with too much force into the pipe, it caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out, and gas to start leaking into the rooms. Obviously, that incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... he was doing it. If Mr. Shakespeare were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, he could have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will. Crikey! Are you suggesting that the man purposefully caused the gas to... Oh, what's he gonna say? Whilst the... Oh shit, really? Mm. It is awful that people are using it to, definitely the governments are using it to spy on people, but at the same time, it would be good to have like some sort of DNA on the database under your name in case anything happens to you, like if you've gone missing or something. I don't know how this works. It's to do with the DNA forensic science, but hey ho. Whilst I acknowledge that the prosecution is required to remain silent during a summation examination, I don't think he likes that. I must toast my learned friend's utter disregard for the letter of the law. What is the meaning of this, Lord Van Zeeks? This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, the so-called skin prints, clearly that cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. But it's an exciting new forensic technique, developed by a great detective. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. How dare you! How dare you insult Sherlock Holmes like that? Certainly even research of this nature by the esteemed Mr. Holmes cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. But hold Hold it! Please, my lord, if I may. Mr. Sato, it was not the defence's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. We merely wish to present the results of the great detective's investigation of the scene. As a tool by which to explain a possibility to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And if the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints that everyone has now seen. Coffee went up my nose. I don't believe we can allow that to happen, and I'm sure the jurors would agree. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Juror number 3. Oh yes, I do declare the great detective's investigation results sound absolutely fascinating. And I want to hear what that shady actor fellow has to say about those shady handprints. So that is 2. 2 says that Soseki are innocent. That's good. What's the matter with you two? That was foolhardy. Well, I did say it, didn't I? And I don't like to break a promise. No, wait! You heard his lordship. It's not fair thing. The old guy is like, no, fuck off, dude. Bye. So we are even. We need to change. Right, we need to change another juror's mind, which is where I got lost. I am not getting into that kind of conversation. That sounds way too serious for my brain. All right. Which is evidence, Sato. Yeah, but it's the evidence that's never been used before, so not a lot of people would have believed it. This is Victorian times. Victorian times, dusting for fingerprints and searching for DNA didn't exist then. They had to use some other means. If just one more juror changes his or her mind, Mr. Natsume's trial will have to continue. Ah, yes, Mr. Sato. Oh no, it's you who identified the clue after all. This is very much your success. And he's sweating bullets. Yes. Fuck you, Shamspear. Mr. Shamspear, you seem to be losing your composure. Just one more juror, Mr. Naruhodo. You can do it. Woo! Very well. Continue, counsel. Okay, this is where I'm stuck. Okay, yeah, because that sort of evidence, they're not sure if the jurors would believe it because, as I said, it's made by Sherlock Holmes, made by an invention that no one knows about. So again, this is Victorian times. The people would not think of using fingerprints. It didn't exist. And then there's some detective with some invention that finds prints. And people weren't sure if this is fake or not, or this is just stupid. So, also, as the prosecution says, it's kind of against the law because no one really knows about this sort of thing. So again, this is the jurors who probably. We presented the evidence and it's purely up to them whether they believe it or not because it's very, very new evidence. Heck, printing photos was just a thing back then in Victorian times. People wouldn't... Yeah. But it's a game. I don't know what else to do. Let's not delve into this as a much. It's not accurate. I don't fucking know. I'm not an Ace Attorney dev, but I don't know how this logic works. Maybe it happened at some point in Victoria times. I don't know. It is very strange though. Maybe they'd be able to brush it aside because Sherlock Holmes does work for Scotland Yard. So it's still technically police work. If it was like somebody outside of Scotland Yard, then they would have disposed of it immediately. That's right? Sherlock Holmes does use... Sherlock Holmes still uses Scotland Yard. Ah, but Susato did say that it is not official evidence. It's just merely pointing it out. But Jujura says that they're still making a decision. Ah, yes, but Susato did say that it was not official evidence. And it wasn't just that evidence we show. We did talk about Mr. Shamspear possibly had blown into the gas lamp because he wasn't the only one who does that. So I think from that discussion, it did happen. I don't know. But hey, I'm sure that did happen at some point. It doesn't work for them. Not working for them, work with them. I have to pinpoint. This is just about salt, isn't it? I need to show evidence to number 1. And also, if the jurist does say that evidence works for them, you can't really argue against them, so... If they said, yes, that works for me, then I'm not going to argue against them. Oh, like what? To watch everyone involved and pursue people if they react to something someone else... Oh, but I already did that! No, we're good. And there may have to be a retrial, which is better than having our defendant be guilty. We want the trial to continue as best as possible. Yeah, if we're going by what actually the law court is, this will make this game even more complicated. AA courts do whatever the fuck. Yep, that sounds good to me. That sounds good to me. I like to do whatever the fuck I want. Heck, the prosecution throws wine everywhere. I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to drink in the court. He's been throwing wine in fires, which I presume is dangerous, throwing wine bottles at people, and put his leg up on the desk. So, yeah, we can do whatever the fuck we want in this court. It seems like the judge does not give an F. Alcohol was still cleaner to drink than the water back then? Yes, it was, because I don't think there was much sewage systems back then. Was there even any sewage at all? I don't think so. In London, it would have been fucking terrible. Because it's not just water from, like, the river. It's not just the water from... Where would the water come from? The lakes and the rivers. But people would have no problem dumping stuff into the rivers, you know? And people would end up drinking that. So, I can't remember when this was, but a guy was figuring out a system to try... Yes, but not sewage pipes. There was a guy called John Snow. I think his name was John Snow. Sewage. Is it John Snow? Sewers. Sewers. Snow recorded cholera attacks in this area alongside information about the water supply to the houses affected. He showed that the Southwark and Vauxhall Waterworks Company was taking water from sewage polluted sections of the Thames and delivering the water to homes, leading to an increased incident of cholera. So we found out that cholera was becoming epidemic, and nobody knew where it's coming from until they realized that the water was heavily polluted, particularly from one well where a woman was dumping nappies, dirty baby nappies, into the well because she had no way of where to dump it. Oh, it's early. Really early. 1854, the cholera outbreak. But when did the sewage came? And it became absolutely revolting. Yeah, 1860s. Ah, way back then. Why did it take us so long? Yeah, and the cholera outbreak is what caused this one guy to be able to make a newfound sewage system so that, you know, people in households can get clean water. Now, I am on this one and I don't know what to do. Oh, yeah. As I say, people are dumping, you know, dirty nappies, their feces, their piss, their rubbish, all into the rivers. That's why London went so bad and have an epidemic of cholera. And people were dying from it, like Jesus. Alright, let's focus back into the game before things get too deep here. Right, because I don't know what to do in this situation. This is where I was stuck. All the evidence, you say? That's right, and there's no room for doubt. It's all pointing at that Japanese man with the big mustache, says the Englishman with the bigger mustache. But the defense just demonstrated another possible explanation for the events on the night in question. What do you make of that? What? Your so-called skin prints? It's an exciting new forensic investigation technique developed by the great detective himself. Okay, so I didn't need to press him. The numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. And if Mr. Shakespeare had indeed put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question... It can't be denied that there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Well, yes, I won't deny that it's playing on my mind. But as the prosecution rightly says, we should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides... Yes? Even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with the gas pipe dozens of times before, it doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Oh, he's got a point. If you can't make your case better than that, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. You do make a very valid point, sir. No! What? That's true. Perhaps it was a little hasty. No, wait! This is where it got a bit tricky. Are we still talking about in Victorian times? Would people have known that they were killing the planet back then? Because we're talking about the Victorian times. It wasn't just the mass pollution that was killing the planet. It was a whole lot of things. Like burning coal and oil factories. I think that became a main factor. Lots of different inventions. A whole lot of things was killing the planet, not just pollution. Even the pollution, yes, pollution was very, 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 very bad. But don't forget, a lot of people back then were in poverty. I don't think people would have enough money to have any gas to boil the kettle. You're right, you need to boil the crap out of water, but people don't have, but not everyone has that kind of resource. As I say, gas is, a lot of people were in poverty, and a lot of people won't have any money to get any electricity or gas to boil the kettle. No, they would have known about firewood, but again, this is London. They would have to go miles and miles and miles and miles to get firewood. Or even coal, and even that costs us a lot of money. Look, you've got your chance here, haven't you? So it's time to prove your theory. If you and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Just leave our nationality out of this, please. Mr. Naruhodo, if we can't substantiate our position, I'm afraid the jurors that changed their minds before may very well change back then. What can I do? Is there any more proof I can give here? Can I show that Mr. Shamspear really did blow down the gas? Oh, this is where I, okay, I have supporting testimony. There is witness testimony that substantiates it. What's that? Testimony? This is incredible. Whose testimony? So we need to pick Natsume. You.
Take that!
Yes! Obviously I'm talking about the defendant, Mr. Soseki Natsume himself. Yeah, not a lot of people. We are talking about in the middle of London in Victorian times. Again, that would cost a lot of money, and a lot of people back then were in poverty. It would have been a great idea, but I'm sure everything in London, like firewood, like coal, like gas, like even water itself, probably cost a lot of money because of companies wanting to, you know, get as much money as possible from the needed resources that people want, but people can't afford it. So they had to do the best that they can. What else could they do? If you're talking about countries, they'll be able to handle that easily because I'm sure they could easily get firewood. But in London, because there are like no trees nearby, they will probably had to buy it. Or walk miles and miles and miles and miles away to the woods. See, exactly. It wouldn't need to cost money, but it did, because what other ways is there to get firewood? It sucks, but it's London for you. London is always expensive. Alright, let's not talk about depressing thing. The defendant? At the very beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, Mr. Natsume said the following. My lodgings! There's been a whole series of strange happenings in my lodgings. Even on that fateful night it happened. When I returned from Mr. Shamspear's room, I lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. But before long, the stove went out, and somebody tried to kill me. On the night in question, the gas in the defendant's room went out. So I asked the court, was that a mere coincidence or not? Good golly. So that Shamspear fellow blew air into the gas pipe to make the man's stove go out on purpose? Now hold the horses there. What would he do that for? Mr. Foreman, what is it, man? We cannot allow judgment to be passed whilst this doubt remains. It's true that I don't have conclusive evidence yet. However, you must surely agree there is more to this case than meets the eye. Yes. Be right back, laundry. No worries. Fair enough. Like I said at the outset, I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. That's full juries leaning towards not guilty, my lord. We've overturned the decision. Therefore, the defense calls for the trial to continue. As the defense has rightfully indicated, the summation examination has concluded with a majority of jurors altering their decisions. 2 jury members now call guilty, 4 now call not guilty. Therefore, the jury's opinion is conflicted, and in accordance with the law of this land, I hereby order the continuation of this trial. Yes. Mr. William Shamspeare. My lord, how can thy humble Shamspeare serve thee? What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God amend me, I do solemnly swear. I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. But your handprints have made a tidy mess all over the wall there. How do you explain that, eh? I am done with this. The dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already. Juror number 5. Ooh, me? As I went to some pains to point out already, a print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in a British court of law. Ugh. As such, whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time unestablished conjecture. You would all do well to remember that.
Objection!
But the prosecution must concede that it would be extremely simple to verify. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room to be examined. If there are traces of poison there...
Objection!
What appears to be extremely simple is my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall that in order to check for the presence of poison in the tea, some remnants of tea were required. We did give them tea though, yes. Therefore, it shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now, making any analysis impossible. I didn't think of that. In any case, counsel, I failed to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipe work where he lived? That is a very good question. There's only one possibility that I could think of, and that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. Wait, what? Wait, that's what we're going with? Order, counsel. Precisely whose life do you propose this man was plotting to end? Now we've unraveled the mystery so far. Is he trying to kill Saseki then? Mr. Shamspeare wanted to end the life of Saseki? If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. But a gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. I live round those parts myself, so I know what it's like. I can tell you, trying to sleep without the stove lit is pretty much suicide. You'll face to death in no time. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord, has a large fireplace in his part of the residence on the top floor. In other words, it wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Outrageous! I'm talking, of course, about the defendant. Mr. Natsume isn't the villain in this case. He's the victim this man was trying to murder. Good gracious. Well, shit.
Objection!
The accused is actually the aggrieved. Interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, that the accused is the aggressor here. What? How can you still claim that? Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume that there was indeed poison on the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is who put it there? Who did put it there? Oh, yeah. The only logical conclusion is that the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. You really think Saseki would be that smart? Sorry, I know I shouldn't have said that. I'm sure Saseki is very intelligent, but not that intelligent. Yes, that would indeed seem logical. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known the lace at the end of the gas pipe was with poison? So now we must ask, how could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspear's murderous designs? You mean to suggest? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question couldn't be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. What? In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Saseki Natsume. I don't believe that for a second. I'm so sorry to say this. I don't think Saseki Natsume would be that smart enough to put two and two together. Welcome back, Cammy. Oops. I'm hoping I'm still okay. My mic is still going okay. That's good. See, that doesn't make sense for Saseki, but makes sense for others. So you think somebody else did that? Oh, I wonder if it was that gas worker dude. Whatever Mr. William Shamspear may or may not have contrived to do, he was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. And the only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. You hear me fine? That's good. The defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused. Far from it. In fact, now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established... Wait, no it hasn't. You didn't give any evidence to that theory that you said. That suspicion is greater than ever. Would you not agree, my Nipponese friend? Well, fuck. Ow. Yep, they're talking. How did you manage to turn that around on me so rapidly? Mr. Naruhodo, you must respond. Otherwise, the members of the jury may very well change their leanings against us again. And this may be our last chance to gain the advantage. Let's go, let's go! I feel like there's a lot to do with this trial. What advantage? Well, it would seem that somebody put poison on the gas pipe in Mr. Shamspear's room. So we must name that person now and absolve for Mr. Natsume of guilt. You mean name the true culprit? I know it might sound impossible, but if you fail to do that, I have no doubt that Mr. Natsume's fate will be sealed once and for all. As it happens, One possible culprit does come to mind. The evidence, the poison, it's all pointing to a particular person now. I don't think it's Shamspear. Why would he put poison on the pipe? The prosecution calls for the jury to consider their leanings again. So much for the principles of motive, opportunity, and means. I trust you make the correct choice this time, Mr. Foreman. What? Oh, don't you worry. We know exactly what. Objection! Are we doing this? There is one other person who I believe could have been involved in all of this. The true culprit of this crime. The true culprit? A term found only in second-rate novels featuring third-rate great detectives, my Nipponese friend. But why not? This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Thank you. Wait, those are meaningless? What motive, opportunity, and means? Tell us, my learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? Who is the so-called true culprit of this crime? I think it might have been him. I don't want it to be her. It might be her though. Oh no, I don't want it to be her. But I think it was him. It's got to be one of the gas workers. Ow, my foot. Yeah, I'm gonna go for him.
Take that!
Oh, it might be Queen Bee. Ah, fuck. So it might be Queen Bee. If it not, I don't know who else it could be. True culprit of this crime. Yeah, that's why the jury should not do any research outside of the courtrooms. Like, have you watched the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? The jurors are not allowed to look at anything that's been happening on the internet.
Take that!
Oh, this isn't the true culprit? Well, I'm kind of happy. So it must be Shamspear. Because it's not him. So it must be Shamspear. Think about it on a meta level if you can't logic it out in a game level. I don't know what that means. I'm gonna guess. Does that mean guessing? I can guess. I'm gonna guess Shamspear.
Take that!
The answer is no, it's not Shamspear. I don't know who else it could be. It can't be Mr. Garrett Dab, can't it? Like, what would make the most anime story of this? Can't be her. She just got out of hospital. Can't be him. Hey, I'm gonna say this. He's too stupid to do that. It's not him. The only other person I could think of is Garadab. Why would it be Garadab? I mean, he's the landlord. He probably was well aware that Shamspeare's been stealing gas. Is it olive green? It can't be. Oh my god, it must be olive green because she lost the love of her life. I don't know. In the same building. That would be the most anime, right? It would either be her or Garadeb. Those are the only two choices that I have. I feel like this is deja vu. Why is this deja vu?
Take that!
The name of oh wait, that was right. The name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Miss Olive Green. Wait. I do feel as though I've heard that name in the recent past, Council, but I don't recall where. Miss Olive Green? The woman from 6 days ago? The victim in the recent case of stabbing on Briarwood? Oh yeah! Why would she be there? An incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, I hasten to add. Oh, of course, yes! Miss Green! She was comatose for some 3 days, I believe, but I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. And I hardly need remind the court that Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. Given that the woman was lying comatose in a hospital bed at the time, she appears to have a rather fine alibi. True, on the night that the incident occurred, Miss Green was in hospital unconscious. Oh wait, she's got poison! She's got poison herself! I forgot! So on the face of it, it would seem that she couldn't possibly be responsible. But still, my colleagues and I visited Miss Green in hospital yesterday. We found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. Good gracious, she had poison? And there is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. Wait, Cammy, have you played this game before? The defense requests that she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Tell me, Mr. Shamspeare. My lord, pray what be thy bidding? Are you acquainted with Miss Green? Yeah? No, never heard of her. Judging by the look on Mr. Shamspeare's face I think perhaps he genuinely doesn't know her, at least not by name. No, I watched it, but the first time I watched it, I figured everything out pretty easily. Ah, fair enough, fair enough. Not by name. As the voice of Her Majesty's prosecution here, I adhere to my word. We will see my learned Nipponese friends fast through to its conclusion. I appreciate that. The prosecution requests a short recess, my lord. Good, because I also... in order to subpoena the witness and bring her here. Yes, Miss Olive Green. I also need a recess. Need some tea. Indeed, my lord. 1 hour should be sufficient. Very well. I grant the request. Excellent, I hope. The defense has made a most extraordinary accusation, I must say. But at the present time, I feel the prosecution's argument remains largely uncontested. Accordingly, I'm afraid the defendant and his culpability remain the sole subject of this court's attention. Thank you, counsels. We reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. Good, because I need some tea. And we just got some Welsh cake, so I'm going to grab a Welsh cake. Do, 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 do. Yeah. Mush cake? No, Welsh cake. No, Welsh. Welsh. As in Wells. Mush cake. Mushroom cake? That sounds disgusting. No, Welsh cake. They're like little discs that contain some sort of flavour. And it has sugar on top. I heard a wash cake. What's a wash cake? I like the corgis from Wales. So corgis are just super cute regardless. I do love corgis. Corgis are so cute. I like animals with little tiny legs. I want a kitten with little tiny legs. But yes, I am going to go get some tea. I'm going to put some Mozaks on. Why don't I have... I'm going to take a bit of a break. So I suggest you guys do the same. I'm going to make myself some tea, go to the loo, go get some food. Oh, this is cute. Right. I'm going to go take a break. I suggest you go take a break as well. And yes, we shall reconvene with the trial. And hopefully we shall finish this trial. So I shall see you guys in a little bit. I am back. Okay. Here we go. 23rd of February, 11:32 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Joyful, jubilant, jumping jacks. Oh, Mr. Natsume, I'm so pleased for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire and non-locum judicial assistant Mr. Mikotoba Esquires. Now, finally, at long last, there can be proof that I'm innocent and proof that my tea is innocent. Good morning, my dear fellows. Sherlock Holmes, may you drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. I thought the tea was innocent. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you came! How wonderful! Please, save your derision. I know what you're all thinking. Damn it, I'm hungry. I'm eating. Good morning, he says, and it's very nearly time for luncheon. Your scorn is written clearly across your faces. Nobody said or thought anything of the sort. The truth is, I was determined that today would be the day. As sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has a beauty all of its own, does it not? Oh, yes. And then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, did they make the same foolish blunder? Hi, Veggie and Mai! Hello, lovely. Welcome to the stream. Yes, it is me. Let me give you a shout out. Oh, shoot. I meant to type on my laptop. Sorry, excuse me. No worries, lovely. I will still give you a shout out. Guys, if you like VTubers, so do check out Veggie and Mai. They are also a VTuber. And I spelt your name wrong because I am an idiot. One sec. Yay, there you go.
No.
Oh, you've been playing some more Final Fantasy Online. How is that going? I'm trying You love my VTuber? Thank you! I got her around the end of January? I love her to bits. Absolutely love her. Yeah, the reason why I became a VTuber is because I became a little bit too unconfident in my looks and myself and using the webcam, so I'm using a VTuber. And also you are part of inspiring me to be a VTuber, so thank you. Really? Absolutely. Thanks to you, I've started to become very interested in VTubers, you and other VTubers, and I become inspired. Definitely. How are you, Amai? How are things? I'm glad I inspired you, definitely. I absolutely love your VTuber model as well. I love that you have different variations of your VTuber. I recently saw that you had an Anya VTuber as well, which I thought is super cute. I am currently watching Spy X Family. I am achy, but doing well. I'll be getting up earlier now due to falling asleep. Oh! Which is so freaking... Oh, it's so early. But oh, that is so sweet. So what, now you're getting up at 6 a.m? Damn. I used to be able to get up at 6 a.m, but I can't. Yeah, he wants me to watch Spy X Family, which has been on my list for a while. Season 2 just recently came on before Christmas, I think. So yeah, I'm watching it. I'm also watching Jujutsu Kaisen as well. I almost finished Jujutsu Kaisen and I need to watch the film. Hi Sharky Mini, hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Lots of lovelies today. Yes, new season. Well, would I say new season? More like the second part of season 1. I don't get up until like 9, but I've been so tired lately. I go to bed at like between 9 to 10 p.m. lately. I don't know why. Is this the sign of being old? I don't know. Game pause. Oh no, it's not paused. I just haven't clicked anything because I'm too busy talking to the game. Talking to the game? Talking to the chat. No, it always stays like that when you don't click on it. No, it is not paused. Don't worry. Oh, you don't like the static images? You don't like them standing there like that, staring at you? To be fair though, Sherlock's eyes stare is absolutely creepy. I will not lie. Maybe I won't click. Staring menacingly. Yes, he shall stare menacingly at you. He is there watching you sleep. Oh, and he also came to me at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. How very weird. We were actually just talking about sleeping. Which case we're on? We are on case 7. Second trial? Yes, the second trial. There's 10 cases. So this is the Ace Attorney Chronicles, which would have the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, which has 2 Ace Attorney Chronicles games. We have finished the first part, and now we're on to the second case of the second part. So, yes. Yes, but this case is the... So this case is the sequel to case number 4. Well, is that not an astute insight into the matter? Do you place Ace Attorney, Sharky Mini? Oh, yes. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep or wink all night. And the results? By first light, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. Shocking. And so the conclusion of last night's experiment is this: a good night's sleep is quite simply essential. You needed to do an experiment to figure that out? I have this game, but I gotta wait till I finish the Ace Attorney trilogy before I hop into it. Ooh, how far are you into the Ace Attorney games? Are you in the third one? The third one is like super insane. So you're the girl attorney now. Yes. On the 3rd episode. I try to remember which one that is. I watch Ace Attorney. I want to play it, but I can't, sadly. You can't? You can't play it? It's on Steam now. Both Phoenix Wright and The Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Is it just me or the accent kind of butchered? What accent? The Sholmes' accent. You mean British? I'm British, Sharky Minnie. What are you talking about? I'm British. Are you saying I'm not British? What accent do you think I have? To be fair though, people think there were people who thought I was American, there were people who thought I was Australian. A guy thought I was Canadian. I don't know where we got that from. I'm butchered. Oh no, don't tell me I sound like an American doing a British accent. Please, no. I don't sound like the Queen. I don't. Although I do live near London. I could definitely sound like the Queen. But you kind of sound a little old. I am old, I'm not gonna lie. I am 30. I just turned 30. But how old do you think of I am? The old lady voice? Oh my god, I do sound like the Queen. Oh dear. That is definitely old. What? But oh dear. You're with the 1990s people here, Sharky Mini. You're the old one out here. You're very much in the wrong here. Although to be fair, that we lived the best years of Vegemite, don't you worry. We lived through the years of VHS, all those broadband internets, well, when you can't use, when someone uses the phone. Great times, great times. So PlayStation 1 is either PlayStation 1 or Dreamcast. All those things. God, I hated that. Same. Those was the worst. Who is the birds? My boyfriend. Bap, bap, bap. Bap-a-da-da. Yes, I think most of us probably knew that already. I keep forgetting I have a game running. What others are I do not know how to say that word. What others presuppose I I prove by experimentation. That, my dear fellow, is a scientific method. Yes, and one more thing. Do you remember this? Yes! That's the poison! Yes, of course. It's the poison that Miss Green was about to drink at the hospital yesterday. Excuse me. Sorry for any headphone wearers. I drink tea and it gives me hiccups. Oh, you didn't manage to... It was a laborious task as the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. I managed to confirm that it contained strychnine. Strychnine! That's what it's... That's what we're looking for, so I was right. Perhaps, though, of course, such circumstantial evidence does prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. Did you lick the neck of the bottle? A bottle found in the possession of Miss Green with traces of the slow-acting poison strychnine inside. Can you do Susato voice, please? Yes, but I don't know when she's going to come up. How did I do Susato's voice? When is she going to come up? Gregson, how good of you to come. Forget it. Excuse me. Wait a minute, Inspector. I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. From the look on your face, I say it's someone else who you think is making a nuisance of himself. My dear Inspector, please speak freely. Pretend that I'm not here. Believe me, if I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Do you have the results, Inspector, of the investigation of Mr. Shakespeare's room? Gregson hates Sholmes with a burning passion. He does. He does. And he always munches on fish and chips, which really annoys me because I want fish and chips. I mean, I feel that. Yeah, he really does. Though, in the game, Sholmes's, what would you call her? Lodger, I presume? Iris Watson writes the Sherlock Holmes series in this game. I thought British people had coffee, not tea. Coffee is Wait, where did coffee come from? Well, we have coffee too, but yeah, tea is. We do have tea more than coffee. Tea is yucky. That's fair enough. Coffee is more of an American thing. But is it from America, though? Does it originate from America? I love tea. Tea is always good. We just got, like, different kinds of flavored teas from a tea shop. We got like cherry bakewell flavored tea. We've got matcha tea. We've got toffee chai tea. We got, I can't think of any more teas now. I can't think of any more teas. But yeah, tea is not just a black breakfast tea. There are many different kinds of tea. I do highly recommend them. I believe there is tea for everybody. Not yet. Should be long now, though. No, I'm here about something else. That dead convict, actually. A dead convict. Dead convict. What dead convict? Oh, you mean the man from this newspaper article we discovered yesterday in Mr. Shakespeare's room? A man by the name of... yes, Selden. I went through the archives at the yard and dug out the fellow's file. There's something in there that... well, it caught my eye. Something caught your eye? What, Inspector? What? Can we look at the file? I've copied out the relevant parts for you, so you can read it for yourselves. Thank you. I think Chronicles is the hardest game of all. It really is, because it has like different mechanics, doesn't it? It has the jury where you have to do the examination summation with the jury. I think the best mechanic it brought out is Amaya, you won't. I hope you would enjoy this when you get to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, but Sherlock Sholmes does do like deductions of the cases, but he always sometimes gets them wrong, so you have to deduce Sherlock's deductions, and it's always so fun. It is so fun. Thank you. The capital offenders file has been entered. So this is Scotland Yard's file about the convicted criminal Selden that includes a newspaper article about him dying of illness in prison, which is always so enjoyable. I think it's my favorite part of the game. These documents. Let's have a look what it says. So investigative findings related to Selden. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder, died of natural causes whilst in prison, his final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. I bet it's like underneath the lodging somewhere. Condemned criminal dies of natural causes in prison. Manchester Strangeways prison. Oh, this is from the newspaper. Manchester Strangeways, a prison, announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October, alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Is that it? Nah, yeah, that's it. Alright. These documents include the details that were in the newspaper cutting we found in Mr. Shamspeare's room, which we just read. I'll rearrange everything in the court record so we don't have duplicate information. Thank you, Susato! We all love Susato. Why are you giving us a copy of this important file, though? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not in Victorian times. No. No. In fact, I don't think anywhere around those times were advanced. We are talking about the late 1800s here. Like, I don't know... Don't get people treatment? Probably not. And even if they did get treatment, it'd probably be even 10 times worse than the actual illness. I wanted to tell you about what happened to... no, that's way too gruesome. Anyway, the treatments are 10 times worse than the actual illnesses around that time, so... Probably not. Oh yeah, that's a thought. Why is he giving us an important file? Doesn't he work for Lord Van Zieks? I'm trying to think what treatments happened in Victorian times. Like, there were treatments back then that could be considered torture. That's how bad it was. You were born in the UK? I was. England, specifically. Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? I was, yes. I'm just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Oh, Scotland Yard's workings are so wonderful. Indeed, my dear fellows! And the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. A shining diamond in the rough, maybe? Lol. How advanced is the poison in Victorian times? When you say poison, what do you mean? I don't know. It didn't exist in Victorian times. I don't know. How old do you think I am? Yeah, poison has been a thing for a long time. Like, what do you mean by poisons? Do you mean in medicine sense? I presume they tried to use like small dosage of poisons to cure you. Would it work? I got no idea. Or use anything to make a tonic. Like, do you mean poison as in killing or poison as in treatment? Yeah, the poison tonic. For the killing. I meant for killing. Oh, I don't know. Poison has always been a thing. I suppose it become advanced when chemicals is started to become discovered, particularly after Marie Curie's discovery of radiology. So I would say pretty advanced. The poison for Cusco, the poison chosen especially to kill Cusco. Cusco's poison. That. An ancient relic? Why am I an ancient relic? What did I do? What did I do to show I'm an ancient relic? Yeah. Cheek, absolute cheek. No bully. To be fair though, I think the sign of being old is my back is hurting. Luckily I've got a lumbar pillow, so I'm okay. I'm very well aware of old. I like to think that I am age 20 with 10 years of experience. Damn boobs. Oh my god, tell me about it. My boobs have been hurting. Ugh. I also have big boobs that cause my back to ache. But it's not just that. My boobs are starting to hurt. Ugh. It's the worst. But my boobs are normally hurt while my periods are starting. But it also means that it could be a sign of pregnancy. It's like, ugh. Please no. How does boobs start to hurt? They get tender when you start fertilizing. Because your body, the reason they get tender to be ready to feed your baby, thinking that you're going to have a baby every time you fertilize. So it could mean that you are getting a period or you could become pregnant. It's really, really annoying. And if you do not misses her period. But yeah. Oh, I've missed your last question, Sharky Mini. Is there a fixed date for period or no, not really, because when people say, "Oh, I'm late for my period," that means I must be pregnant. That's most of the time not the case. Your period could be affected for anything. My period had been delayed for 2 weeks because of stress. Sometimes from illnesses as well. If you have like irregular periods, if you have like more periods than you should be they do recommend you go to the doctor. You could have had like birth control as well. That also affects your periods. Like I had a birth control that made me miss periods for 3 months. And then when I started a period, I lost too much blood. It caused me to be in the hospital. So yeah. So it could be many things. And it still was late. I hate the Flow app. It's annoying me. Beholden to a lawyer. I got no idea. I presume what he means, but that is in debt to the lawyer. I presume he did say, listen, I know you found something about this person and about this evidence, but I found some more about this evidence that you have found, so here you go. I presume he means indebted. Look, I just don't want to be beholden to a lawyer, that's all. Also, the lawyer has more ground than he does. He's just an inspector, so I presume he means that too. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court proceedings are about to resume. Make your way into the courtroom at once. You got it, sir. Well, I shall leave you then. I'll be listening with interest from the public gallery. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. Of course, Sherlock. Thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm rather tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally. So, the best of luck to you. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes, Mr. Natsume. It's time, isn't it? Yes, this is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shamspeare. I was about to say, when will the court trial start? Ah! Technically, it already started. We were just on the break. What's a locum student? Honestly, I don't know. This is me Googling. It means chiefly British. Someone such as a priest or doctor who does the work of another person who is away for a short time. What is a locum student? Wait, how does that entail with Ryunosuke? He won't be there temporarily, will he? It's someone who temporarily fulfills the duties of another. I don't know. No, he's not a priest. I think it pertains to any occupation. Just means to temporarily fill someone. Like when someone is temporarily filling in for someone who's on maternity leave or something like that. But I don't know anyone who's Ryunosuke is temporarily filling in. Oh god, this guy looks like such a mess. He is the epitome of anxiety. Just looking at him gives me anxiety. I like the music. This is probably the best soundtrack, I think. This is like the super best soundtrack. My favorite is the music under the deduction mechanic. I love it. This is going to be the final battle. Can we chill for like 2 minutes here, please? Really? Really? You think we are going to chill in a game like this? Do you know what we're playing? The most unchillest of games in existence. This is life or death here. Wait, is this life or death? If Sasuke gets guilty, would he be executed? I keep having to save my defendants from execution lately. God damn. I won't really have saved Saseki-san until I've exposed the whole truth of everything that's been going on. But it's all coming to a head now. You can do it, Ryunosuke. You have to. Yeah. Yeah, why would you need a translator? I speak English. 23rd of February, 12:30 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again now. Before the recess, we heard a most startling accusation from the defense. Namely, that the victim of the case we heard here only a few days ago is the true perpetrator of this incident. A reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. How is this prejudiced? I'm not prejudiced. I'm not being a prejudice against Olive Green. I'm saying that she has the poison of strychnine. Yeah, strychnine. Strychnine, and that she could be the true culprit. That's all I'm saying. The prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you for that backhanded consideration. A rather cold assessment from the Honourable British Prosecutor, I must say. So Lord Van Zeeks, is the new witness present and ready to take the stand? Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord. Very well. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in. I really hate Shamspear. He's so annoying. I thought you should know by now the prosecutors make no sense when they talk. They never do. I mean, in real life, I'm sure they do. But in this game, no, not at all. Like, they always say things, but hardly shows any evidence. But when I say something, no, you're gonna have to show the evidence to back up what you say. And I'm like, ugh. Fuck you, prosecutor. Fuck you, Lord Van Zeeks. Fuck you, Miles. Well, actually, no. Miles Edgeworth is my favourite. But who are the other prosecutors? Oh, the lady. Oh, I've forgotten her name. Von Karma. Fuck Von Karma. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court, please. William Shamspear, my liege. For mine occupation, I can say only. I feel like it is, yeah. I feel like he is the ancestor of Von Karma. Ryunosuke is definitely the ancestor of Phoenix, right? No, not Manfred. Well, yes, Manfred. Manfred can fuck off. I'm talking about his daughter, Francesca, I think her name is. That I be a tragic victim to be pitied. Currently unemployed, in other words.
I'm Olive Green. I'm a fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. A hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose.
Also currently unemployed, in other words. No, wait, Olive Green is different. Isn't she a student? What a coterie? What the fuck does that mean? Main series characters. I think so too. I think Sasato is related to the Fae family, definitely. Surely. Maybe. I don't know. We haven't... I don't think so. Sasato doesn't hold any kind of psychic abilities. Mr. Shamspear. It's more related to Edgeworth, though. I was thinking that. A small group of people with shared interests or tastes, especially one that is exclusive of other people. Ah, thank you, Amai. It's more related to Edgeworth, though. No, Edgeworth is more... Ah! Edgeworth is more, is more open-minded than Von Zieks, in my humble opinion. But Von Zieks and Von Karma has more similar clothing styles. That wasn't me screaming. I'm so sorry. I have the hiccups. I have very, very loud hiccups. I am so sorry. If you want to be more accurate, early 18th century from French, earlier denoting an association of tenants based on Middle Low German Cote. Fair enough. Thank you for the knowledge, Amai. My sneezes are the ones that could break a human ear if near the mic. Oh, same. My sneezes are so loud that I get thrown back. It's so bad. Mr. Shamspear. My lord, I am thy humble servant. I'm afraid that you are no longer merely the victim in this affair. French Revolution was in 1789. Sorry, I like to Google. Oh, this is Napoleon, wasn't it? 5th of May, 1789 to 9th of November, 1799. That was Napoleon, wasn't it? Fighting against Lord Nelson, I believe. The possibility has been raised that you are in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. The part you have played in this whole business will be thoroughly scrutinized, I assure you. Yeah. I would for naught else, my lord. And Miss Green.
Yes?
You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? I just know King Louis the Fourth was executed. Yes, but for what? King Louis the... Oops. The Fourth of France. Yes, it is. No, wait. King Louis the Fourth was way, way, way before. He was 954 AD. Are you talking about him? King Louis, French Revolution. Oh, King Louis the 16th. There we go. We found the right Louis. King Louis the 16th. He was executed by a guillotine. Oh, did you say that the Germans wanted to take him back? Plan to return him to the throne. With Napoleon. Ooh. was officially... Here we go. Louis was officially arrested on 13th of August and sent to the temple. The National Assembly declared France to be a republic and abolished the monarchy. Oh. They just want to get rid of him. Well, oops. You know, every time you look at history, you realize the collapse of something is due to one party having all the power. Yeah, it's either the government or the monarchy. They always have a fight. Always, like, legitimately anywhere. Anyway. You are aware of the reason you have been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Is she going to be silent? Or people are always going to rebel you again for something or other. That is just not going to change at all.
Yes, the officer did explain. He said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon.
And do you accept the charge, Miss Green?
I don't know anything about any poisoning.
Well, you are lying.
And I don't know anything about this man.
Come, lady, die to live. We need a book about the monarchy and government. Yeah, the only thing I know about the fight between the monarchy and the government is Oliver Cromwell and Charles I. That was it. That was my history lessons from my school. Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. Very well, let us proceed with the matter at hand. That being to ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in this affair.
It's all very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? I barely ever go to the East End anyway. It so happens that I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all.
Oh, that smells really strong here.
Sorry about that. I muted because I was talking to somebody.
And on the night that this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life.
Yes, having been unfortunately caught up in the incident on the street outside the Garadub household. Lily rage? Did I rage? Was I raging? I do have a psycho. I do have a psycho emote. Is it going to come up? Yeah! Psycho emote. An incident that rendered you unconscious for some 3 days.
I was struck in the middle of my back by a knife through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion? What other irrelevant things might I be suspected of? It's all very disturbing.
Your energies are maybe better spent worrying about random knife attacks, I feel, Miss Green. Yeah, a little bit too much. At this point in time, all that appears to connect you with Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings is the Briarwood incident of 6 days ago. Aha, that's why. We would like you to testify formally now about exactly what happened.
Oh, the incident 6 days ago? You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Is she trying to gaslight me a little bit?
You mean you want me to relive that awful accident?
Yep. Unfortunately, yes. Please tell the court what happened that day. Yeah, Olive Green. And of course, we will be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspear. I'm curious too. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned. Let us proceed then. The witnesses will present their formal testimony to the court. Let's go! On the subject of the incident that took place on Briar Road, the evening of the 17th of February.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on, you two. The evening of 17th of February.
It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow and I was suddenly stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
What is she doing with the brush? She's an artist. She's supposed to know that damages the brush. Stop doing that. Stop it. Stop it. Also in Victoria times, I'm pretty sure paint contains lead. That will give you lead poisoning. Stop it. So we're dealing with a dummy here. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper.
It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Ugh. Shall I stop the psycho?
Oh, she's sweet but a psycho, a little bit psycho. Let that, oh my.
Yes, a second incident inside a week at what I believe to be aptly described as the haunted lodgings. One can only presume this is a most unfortunate coincidence. Meanwhile, you say you are not in your room, Mr. Shamspear. 'Twas the following morn when I did awaken that I learned of the dire events. Mary, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine! When Sasaki-san was arrested on suspicion of attempted murder. As suspected, there is nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance. It's true, it does seem as though they're unrelated at first glance, but I'm not so sure. There's something lurking in the shadows here, I feel certain of it. Then let's go! And this is my one and only chance to expose it. Counsel, you may now cross-examine these two witnesses if you wish. Yes, my lord, let's go!
It was 6 days ago at about 5 p.m. I was walking along in the snow and I was suddenly stabbed in the back.
Hold it! So that's what happened in case 4. She was stabbed in the back because her knife was thrown out the window. I'm well acquainted with the case. I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It was awful. I still can't believe I was unconscious for so long. And I woke up to find that the case had been solved and the culprit arrested.
Yes, the incident has been resolved already. Perhaps it would help you to consider it a bad dream that ended with your awakening and should now be forgotten.
Yes, I suppose so. Thank you.
But before you put it completely behind you, Miss Green, I need you to remember the details one last time. You must tell the court exactly what happened that day for us to arrive at the truth about this new case.
The trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement.
Right.
Coincidentally, happen to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings.
Hold it!
What were you doing there that day, though?
What do you mean?
The art school you attend, what's it called?
Yes, it's the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
According to Mr. Holmes,
That's just in the vicinity of Brixton Road, which is some 10 stops away from the scene on the Underground.
I believe you mentioned before that you also live on Brixton Road, isn't that right? So why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of the East End? You're shaking! She's shaking! She's shaking! She's guilty! She's guilty!
It's because, oh yes, of course. I thought it might make a nice picture.
The witness is a student of art. City-dwelling artists can't all paint grand urban vistas.
That's right. I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town.
Uh-huh. Who believes her? I don't believe her.
Perhaps quaint would have been a less grating term.
The point is, she's definitely hiding something.
Yes, it seems she's not going to be forthcoming with the truth.
If she's trying to hide why she was there that evening, it must mean there's a reason for her not wanting us to know. That's the key to this. And you, Mr. Shamspeare, on the evening of the incident 6 days ago, would you tell the court what exactly you were doing? Twould be my pleasure, sire. I was at the tavern on the eve of which thou speak'st, for I had bespoke my supper. He did say he was in Slugs and Salad, the tavern, so...
Hold it!
I feel like that checks out. A tavern, you say? Which one? 'Twas the Slug and Salad where I did tarry. 'Tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Seeks? The Slug and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. So is he saying that it's really fine dining? Like, it's expensive?
It's true. The menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness.
What? I would have expected grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery super mushy peas, or rather soupy water and pea-like mush. All equally appetizing. That was disgusting. I just wanted to try some water in a different pot for once. What's wrong with that? How different can water really be?
Or perhaps there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment.
Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days, he dined at a place he dined at a place he wouldn't normally. It does stand out. Can you zoom in on your model? Sure. I'll give it a try. How's that? I don't want it to zoom in too much, otherwise it might cover the game. That's a bit too much, I feel. How about this? Like that? So Mr. Shamspeare's own actions on the day of the incident 6 days ago were slightly suspicious. Okay, can I ask why? Is there a reason? Do you just want to see it?
Here you go. This is about as big as I could do. Oh, I understand now. No. If it's about the boobs, then no. No, 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 no. I'm staying as respectful. No. I feel like I'm a little bit too big. There we go. Ah. Put us in the mouth, eat us. Is this some sort of voyeurism I'm unaware of? What voyeurism meme are we talking about? I'm so confused. Do. I wonder if we have some evidence that can explain these actions. Wait, after all that, I fucking forgot what we were doing! Oh, the sucker salad at Grubbery. Oh, you don't want to know. I'm not saying anything. Forget I said it. Do. Can I present evidence? Do. Do. I don't think I would know. I don't think I have any evidence. What picture? Show the picture again? You mean this one? The sham spear picture. Let's have a look. So that would be this one. I don't think that has anything to do with slugs and salads. What other one? There is no other sham spear picture. If you talk about this one, this isn't sham spear. But this might help out. Never mind. It doesn't. Maybe I don't have it.
Maybe I don't have any evidence to whatever I... Present evidence? Mr. Shamspear. Yes, sir? On the day in question, is it not the case that you visited the Slug and Salad, a place you don't normally patronize? For a very particular reason? Ooh, am I on the right path? I don't know what you're talking about. Pray, if thou hast a purpose, speakst. Oh, very well. I will present the court with evidence. Evidence that explains why you had to be at the Slug and Salad that day. Why I had to be. Maybe I don't. But I feel like I'm on the right path. Wait. Maybe it's something here. No. Why did I say yes? The first page mentions tea. No, that's to do with Soseki. No, Soseki bought, our defendant Soseki bought in the tea. That's Soseki's tea. That's nothing to do with Slug and Salad. Maybe I was wrong? I'm so confused. I feel like I had to say I have evidence, but I don't know what the evidence could be. We'll try the victim's medical report.
Take that!
Oh, good Horatio. There are more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Horatio? I believe it's a line from Shakespeare's play Hamlet, Mr. Naruhodo. Be it a line from the great Shakespeare or from this, Mr. Shamspear, the message is the same. My learned Nipponese friend is wide of the mark. Well, fuck. Hardly surprising, given this witness's obtuse literary quotes. I do wonder if there isn't perhaps some evidence that would explain why it was the Slug and Salad he visited. Yeah, I wondered that myself. I think we have discussed this issue enough. Let us return to the witness's testimony, please. Gladly I would thy bidding do, Horatio. It was the first time I'd been in the area. I had a little matter to attend to, that's all.
Hold it!
Alright, let's hear it. What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate.
It was nothing really. It's not worth mentioning.
If you remember, you mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Did she? It was related to the card you were holding. Miss Green! Sus, super sus. What was that? She clearly just hid something behind her back. From memory, I believe the card obtained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross.
Well, what does that matter? This has nothing to do with Duncan.
Hello? Pursue! Mr. Shamspear, do you have something to share with the court? To be or not to be, that is the question. Ah, pray forgive me, the great bard's word springeth from within me with a thought. Don't tell me it's because you're possessed by Shakespeare's spirit, right? Hearing Miss Green's words a moment ago seemed to make you think of something. Something of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire, 'twas nothing at all. Presumably you know the name, though. Mr. Duncan Ross, I mean. After all, you were both lodgers in the same house. Oh yeah, around the same time. I would it was so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. So you haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours? He does know him. Miss Green.
Me, my lord? Have I done something wrong?
The card that was mentioned before containing the note, do you have it upon your person? Ah, this is what we needed!
I do, yes, but I don't need it anymore. In fact, I should throw it away, really.
Before you dispose of it, the court will take it as evidence, please. A note in an envelope that seems to have been ripped open rather roughly. It contains instructions to meet with someone who claims to have information about Duncan Ross. This is what we need! Of course, that's what links Mr. Shamspear and Miss Green. It's Duncan Ross. Now, continue with the testimony, please, Miss Green.
Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all of this business.
Hold it!
Yes, you didn't regain consciousness until the day after the trial, did you? In the early hours.
Exactly. So how could I have had anything to do with it? And yet you still haul me in here to court like this, honestly.
So at the time of the poisoning, the witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Could there be a more airtight alibi, I ask you? So now we have the evidence. We do. We do. But we need to read it first. Let's have a look. The envelope has been ripped open rather carelessly, hasn't it? Miss Green strikes me as the type to open correspondence more neatly than that. Ah, what is it? The way the envelope is torn, I'm almost sure I've seen that exact same shape somewhere else. Yes, we got that other piece of envelope in Mr. Shamspear's room.
Oh, you don't mean... Were you thinking of this piece of evidence, Mr. Namahodo?
Exactly, that's it. Try to match them up. Yes,
they go together perfectly. This torn off end of the envelope clearly belongs with this card.
So, a note in an envelope that seems to have torn off piece found at the scene of the crime. So this was Mr. Shamspear's room. But for some reason we're not looking inside it? Interesting. Why no pursue? I did pursue. I just did it. That's how I got the evidence. And yet, in spite of that, you claim that I was the culprit? Well, I am... But you certainly haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. There you have it. The good lady has yet to see evidence, my learned Nipponese friend. I'm working on it. So now we've got the evidence we need, and now we can show it to Mr. Shamspear. Counsel, I will point out here that the jury's next decision will be final. We're really up against the wall here. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, you pursued Mr. Shamspear wonderfully there. It worked out well, hasn't it? We have a new clue at last. Yes. Alright, now I need to pull off a really insightful objection somewhere. Where are the jurors, by the way? Under the judge. I'm sure we'll get to talk to them soon. Well? As you've managed to expose this promising new angle, I wonder if you should perhaps try to develop that. Ah, yes, of course. And yelling out objections isn't necessarily the best way to do that, I suppose. I'm sure at some point the jurors will be like, no, they're guilty, and then we have to pursue them that they're not guilty again. So we need to go back to Shamspear's. Yes, it's this one. A tavern, you say? Which one? It was the Sock and Salad where I did tarry 'tis a jewel in the East End. And a little unexpected, I feel. What do you mean, Lord Van Zeeks? The Sock and Salad offers unusually fine dining for the locality at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. It's true, the menu lists premium crusts of bread and glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. I would have expected scrubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather soupy water pea like mush. So we know that he's lying, and we find there's a more plausible explanation. A specific reason why he had to go to that particular establishment. Agreed. The fact that on that day of all days he dined at a place he wouldn't normally, it does stand out. So Mr. Shamspear's own on the day of the incident 6 days ago was slightly suspicious. I wonder if we have it. We do now. Now we have it. We have the envelope. I present the court with evidence.
Take that!
There we go. I believe this card reveals the answer. There we go. Good lord, Miss Greed's card, you mean? That's right, my lord. It reads... Oh, we do get to read it. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Aha! Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Mr. Shamspear, your actions on the afternoon of Miss Green's stabbing are exactly as described in this note. Aha! What was he gonna do? Personally, I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Don't you, Mr. Shamspear? The note was already outside the envelope, though. That's why we couldn't read it. I suppose so, but normally you would be able to read these things. Anyway. Maybe they did it out of suspense. Well...
Excuse me, can I say something?
Yes. Yes, Miss Green?
That card was delivered to me. It doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it?
Well, you'd think so, yes, but it's hard to believe it's merely...
My lord, may I?
Oh? Did I just catch you winking? That's what my VTuber does. So basically, my VTuber is being tracked by my webcam. So whenever my eyes is not in the view of the webcam, my VTuber closes her eyes. So whenever I do this, I'm sure you would see her blinking or winking. It does that.
My lord, may I?
May you what, Miss Green?
I'd like to make something very clear about that card.
Very well then, you may amend your testimony to include details about the peculiar note.
This note was delivered to me at my address. It's nothing to do with the odd man next to me here.
This is where we present...
Objection!
this. The day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. And upon carrying out the instructions in the note, you found yourself in hospital.
Yes, I did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
What does the key on her neck do? Honestly, it never said. It never said what her key does, but I am very, very curious. Maybe it would have something to do with something later on. Is it relevant? We don't know. But maybe it will later on. It looks very standoutish, doesn't it?
Yes, it did. It's terrible, everything that's happened to me.
It might be something to do with Duncan Ross, who never knows. Yes, it is terrible. If it's all true, that is.
What do you mean?
Miss Green, have a look at this, please. It's the torn off end of an envelope.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. And it so happens that it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you receive.
Where did you find that?
In Mr. Shamspear's room. Yeah. In my room? Mr. Shamspear, do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Your actions that afternoon follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. And so that's exactly where you went. Where are your model's ears? You can't see them? They're on the top of my head. They're tiger cat ears. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shamspear. You already... I cannot do that. I wish I can, though. That's a good idea, actually. I really need to get the animation to flap them. Maybe. That is next on my list, but no, I can't flap them, sorry. You already knew about this note, didn't you? Ha ha. And you, Miss Green? What did I do? As this torn off end of the envelope proves, the note was originally in Mr. Shamspear's room. So how is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. I'm just a fledgling artist after all. No other outfits. It's just this one. I'm sorry. I would like to give her some more outfits. Like maybe a special occasion outfits, but that would have to be for another time. There is only one explanation. You broke into Mr. Shamspear's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, thou hast what? Thou were in my room. Wait, what? Sorry, I completely missed that. What on earth do you want with me? Oh, she is sussy. It would seem that both witnesses need to testify again. Oh, do we have to? The key on her neck is related to Shamspear. Oh, that's good. That is good. That is a good theory. Wait, the love of her life before he died used to have a lodgings in the same place as Mr. Shamspear. Not in the same lodgings rooms, but maybe in a different one? In a different lodgings. Maybe that's the key to that? Miss Green. But yeah, it could be related to Shamspear's room. It's very, very good. Yes? Whilst you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure for the suffering you have endured in recent events, anyone found to be given false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. Yes, it's considered perjury. You can't lie in court. Please bear that in mind. Yes, I know. Very well then, witnesses. You will give formal testimony again now. On the subject of this curious anomaly regarding the note Miss Green claims to have received. Dangling from her neck. That is also true because people would see that. Judge seems to be furious. I mean, yes, because they could be lying in court and that's not allowed. Lying in court is absolutely not allowed because it's against the law. You could be done for perjury. Amber Heard was almost... I don't know why Amber Heard, in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard's case, was not done for perjury. She was clearly lying, so yeah, you could easily be done. And judges do not like it when people lie in court. Because it's also disrespecting the courtroom. I do remember now, it was a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered onto me. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the Slug and Salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? I could point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
She's furious. You now claim to have received this letter, do you, Mr. Shamspear? Faith, 'tis so, my lord, and I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings. Most, if not all, witnesses in Ace Attorney have lied anyway. Yeah. So you would always find some contradictions there. Some of them they probably do not remember and have their logic mixed up. But yeah, you would always find the contradictions. But purposefully lying in court is always a no. Yet it is clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. Well, that being the case, young lady, it would appear that your testimony was...
A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying.
I beg your pardon?
I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie.
I mean, everyone lies, but... Okay.
That note was delivered to me at my address. Besides, we all know who the liar around here is.
If that's true, Miss Green, how do you explain the facts? This part of the envelope was without question found in Mr. Shamspear's room.
I don't see why I should explain.
Sorry?
I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened. That's all.
And I'm a fucking lawyer. My job is to find out the facts through evidence, you bitch.
It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer.
The fledgling will do his best. Evidently, and my lone friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. She's gonna play the blame game, eh? Yep. Well, counsel, I'm ready, my lord. I'm ready. Very well, then. The defense will now proceed with the cross-examination of the witnesses.
Miss Green clearly did break into Mr. Shamspear's room. There could be no question of that. And that's how she acquired the note.
Yes, two facts that are starting to lead me to a possible explanation for all of this. And it's not a pretty one. She wanna play with fire, she does. 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, that note was delivered on to me. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Nay, sire, it is as strange to me as a foreign tongue. Even with a knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily, it is impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbour, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Yeah. As a matter of fact, we found his photo under your floorboards. Alack, if the choices to be twixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, though, you followed the note's instructions and went to the Sug and Salad. Presumably, that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature? Marry, naught will have the better of me, sire, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern. Yet in the end, my curiosity was not satiated. On the day which therein I did tarry a long hour at the Sug and the Salad, yet nobody came. Sorry, my throat went there.
Hold it!
Hold it! So even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou say'st. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered? In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the saga salad, my lord. No, it is returning to me now. Wait, what? I did treat my lips to almost clear water, and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. Sorry, I've started to feel nauseous. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sire, flies! You were not alone because you were surrounded by flies? Good lord! In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies, perchance from a midsummer night's dream, come to taunt me? I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. And Sasato being so savage. Oh, we love Sasato so much. Is that wrong of me? No, that's hilarious. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished.
Hold it!
When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts near occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Susato, best judicial assistant, confirmed. Agreed. She's my fave. I probably like her better than Maya. Granted, I do love Maya, but Susato is just amazing. The best. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts now occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shamspeare's room.
Yes, of course. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir?
Oh, he's not saying anything. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. Ah, see? Even he is questioning. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at?
I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I?
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago.
Oh, does it?
Wait, it does? Hang on, let me have a look. Would it say that? Oh, this shows no writing. But But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
Objection! But for what reason would the witness have done that? He's just clarifying the prosecution's job. Wait, what? Who? Who's clarifying the prosecution's job? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, Van Zeeks is the prosecution. What he was getting at. No, I didn't ask that. Ryunosuke did. I was just saying what he said. I wasn't questioning Van Zeeks. I know that he likes to question what's going on with the witnesses. Don't you worry about that. But Van Zeeks is the prosecution. But no, Ryunosuke always questions what Van Zeeks is doing. I didn't ask what he was getting at. Ryunosuke did. I know full well what Von Zeeks is doing. He's all... But I didn't ask the question. I know what Von Zeeks is doing. I know what he's doing. You don't need to tell me. I didn't ask. Ryunosuke did. I just said what he's asked. Too much noise. I could do too much noise. I was thinking of screaming, but that means breaking my mic, so I'm not going to do that. Although I have been hiccuping really loudly. But what I mean to say is, I didn't ask the question. Ryunosuke did. Okay? It's fine. I know what Van Zeeks is asking. He does that all the time. It's fine. Although I'm always confused about Van Zeeks, to be honest. 1 minute he'll be completely against us, and then the next he'll be against us, and then the next he's with us? I'm confused. However, until and unless her involvement in this case could be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shakespeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodging so? Ooh. Yes! We should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. We're close now. I can feel it. Katsan! Thank you so much for the raid, lovely. I much appreciate it. Here, let me give you a shout out and a special shout out. Welcome, lovely. How are you doing today? Oh, and welcome in, raiders. It's so lovely to have you here, guys. Yeah. There we go. Got you done your special shout out. What have you been streaming? The Rhythm Final Bar Line. Ooh, is that a rhythm game? That's a rhythm game, I presume, right? Sorry, I'm just looking back at the chat to say hi to everyone. Demonio46, welcome. Hello, Katsun, how are things? Sparrow the Invisible, welcome, lovely. And hello, Barrett, okay. Lovely to have you all. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lily Tiger. I am a VTuber. I am a VTuber variety streamer. I stream the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, The Witcher 3, Disney Dreamlight Valley, and Sims 1. A pleasure to have you guys here. I'm doing good. How are you? I'm feeling nauseous, but I'm doing okay. I play some Dead Space and the Rhythm Final Bar. It's a rhythm game with Final Fantasy music. Final Fantasy has great music. I love it. Is it just Final Fantasy music or is it other video game musics as well? Hello, welcome, Raiders. Lovely to have you here. We are doing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. We are on the second trial of case 7. We are figuring out who poisoned the victim, Mr. William Shamspeare, and figuring out how he was poisoned, what he was poisoned by, and who poisoned him, and what is the motive. So sit back and relax. Make sure you put your seatbelts on, because this is going to be a very, very, very bumpy ride. So welcome. And Katzen, thank you so much for bringing your community over. Lovely to have you lovelies here. It's mostly Final Fantasy, but it does have some other games like Legend of Mana, Nier, etc. Ooh, very, very nice. Lovely. Can you get it on Steam? We're so close to a breakthrough. We are? I feel like we are so behind. I'm not sure, maybe. No worries, I'll go check it out.
I could point out the villain here, and as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it.
Sorry, I like to do funny voices for these characters. Yes, very many bumps indeed, yes. So you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it?
I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters.
True. Okay, I can't argue against that. Introverted famous fledgling doth readily cast aspersions about my nature. Yet I am an angel, a seraph. Birds do harmonize with my song. The wind doth frolic on my wing. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart, ample woman?
Pure of heart? I don't think so. Even a fledgling like me can see you're just a failure.
Oh, that's savage. That is savage. It is. It is. Sorry, I didn't realize it. There we go. There we go. It is. I might need to change my necklace. I kind of want to give her a choker. I don't know. I just recently got this model, so the changes won't happen in a while. They are roasting each other. Tragedy, thou shalt not know the true heart of an artist until thine instruction hereafter by death. All the days, all their years, alas, to enlighten thee, thou must wait so long and in vain.
Mr. Naruhodo, interject with some clever remark. This is your chance to shine.
I'm no Shakespearean actor, Miss Sasato. Also, I'm so sorry for the random voices. I love doing the funny voices. No, as far as I could tell, the only thing that's going to resolve this argument is evidence. Cutter VTuber? Do you mean to say cute VTuber? If so, thank you. Yes, I do really love her. She's a tiger. And she also has, if I can show you her legs. Can you see her legs? She also has a tiger tail. Isn't it so cute? I probably shouldn't show this, but I really wanted to show the tiger tail. You can see like the curl at the bottom.
Yes.
Got it right? Yeah. So yeah, a tiger. Rah. She's wearing a cape, but no, she's wearing a skirt. There's like certain dresses where you would have a tail at the back. Not an animal tail, like a sort of trail, like a wedding dress. Also, the head is cutting at the beginning. Sorry. There we go. It's evidence! Yes! Wait, what am I showing evidence for? My bad, I was in another game. No worries, Spouties, no worries. Oh, excuse me. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that lead me to one terrifying conclusion. Terrifying? Yes, I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. I think she went in for the photo. But I think I should present this photo because we found this in Mr. Shakespeare's room, but I don't know where to present it. Let me press it again. And can you shed any light on the contents of the note at all? Ah, I think we found it. Do it, Tiger, go get him. Let's go. Alright, I'm gonna, let me just go to... God damn it, it's gonna take a while. We're getting penalized? No, I was just pressing him to make sure. I'm just having a double check. Because, yeah, we did find this in Miss...
Objection!
Oh, wait, what? Nah. We're getting penalized. God damn it. Now we got penalized. Ah!
Objection!
You! Why not? It's a picture of Duncan and it was in Mr. Shakespeare's room. And as for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Does she not? Does she not know anything about it? This one's hard. Let's see what Susato has to say. It's clear that Miss Green did in fact break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, isn't it? And that's where she found this letter. Yes, two more or less foregone conclusions that led me to one terrifying conclusion. I'm afraid to say that the outcome of this cross-examination may well change how we look at this case completely. That does not help! Maybe I need to press the statements again. Right, so the contents of the note at all. No, sir, 'tis as strange to me as a foreign tongue, even with knowledge of literature as great as mine own, verily 'tis impenetrable. But Mr. Duncan Ross had lodgings in the same household as you. In effect, he was your neighbour, so surely you knew him, didn't you? Alack, if the choice is betwixt I knew him and I knew him not, then 'tis with foreboding that I be forced to declare we were by some small measure acquainted. Despite your claims, sir, you followed the notes and instructions and went to the Sluggard Salad. Presumably that was nothing to do with your knowledge of literature? Marry, naught will have the better of me, sir, save for the lure of curiosity. So 'tis true, I was compelled by mine own eager heart to betake myself to the tavern, yet in the end my curiosity was not satiated. On the day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour, yet nobody came. So he said that he was accompanied by fly, so even after waiting for an hour, nobody appeared? Well, yes, sire, 'tis as thou sayest. You're gonna head out? Alright then, Sharky Mini. Thank you so much for dropping by, lovely. I very much appreciate it. Do take care and have a wonderful rest of your day. Yes, sir, 'tis as thou sayest. Really? You paused for a moment before you answered. In truth, when thou asked whether nobody appeared, I did suddenly recall. Really? Do you mean to tell the court that somebody did appear after all? I was not alone that night at the Sluggard Salad, my lord. No, 'tis returning to me now. I did treat my lips to almost clear water and mine innards to a premium crust of bread. And all around me danced a great many companions. What do you mean? Flies, sir, flies, flies. Good lord! In the name of Beelzebub, what were they? Fairies perchance from a midsummer night's dream come to taunt me? I think they were just flies. I can't help thinking that the flies ought to choose something more wholesome to buzz around. Is that wrong of me? On the evening I shared the company of, I did see the note had vanished. When exactly did you notice it had gone missing? Such idle thoughts now occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. In other words, you didn't notice. Several days passed between your outing to the tavern and Mr. Natsume's visit to your room. Yes, it would appear that the note disappeared sometime in that interval. Such idle thoughts there occupy my mind. I am busied with greater ideas. And yet during that time, Miss Green was comatose in hospital, was she not? Clearly then, she could not have been stealing things from Mr. Shakespeare's room. She could have already stolen it before she was stabbed. It's all some sort of misunderstanding, isn't it, Mr. Prosecutor, sir? Maybe it's this statement that I should have pressed. You have so far failed to give a satisfactory explanation as to how you came by the note. I am not here to advocate for your defense, madame. I won't tolerate inconsistencies in your story. You would do well to remember that.
Oh, dearie me.
What's Lord Van Zeek's getting at? I don't know what you mean. You think I stuck it to this man's room, do you? Why would I?
Hold it!
It seems that this note was actually delivered to Mr. Shamspeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? But for some reason, it ended up in your possession. I can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking into Mr. Shamspeare's lodgings.
Objection!
But for what reason would the witness have done that? Yeah, that's true. What reason? I won't deny that Miss Green's possession of the note would appear to defy logic. However, until and unless her involvement in this case can be proven in some other way, any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Miss Green could only have come to be in possession of the note by stealing it from Mr. Shamspeare's room. And yet, there's no obvious reason why she would have done such a thing. What if there was some other reason she broke into his lodgings, though? Yes, we should pursue that idea, Mr. Naruhodo. Alright, so you don't want to tell the court the truth about the letter, is that it? I'm a fledgling artist, remember? Artists are nearly always introverted characters. So, introverted, fade this fledgling... so, they're basically roasting each other. Sorry. Oh, pity, wherefore dost thou accuse one so pure of heart and bold? They really are roasting each other! Okay, so it's the fourth statement. It's the fourth statement. I'm gonna look through the court records. You sure it's not this? We know it's this statement. We've only got 2 hit points. So it's not this. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't think it's this. Why would she snuck into his room? I still think it's something to do with the photo. But would she know about the photo? She must have put strychnine in. Oh, she's the one that put the strychnine there.
Objection.
Ah, it's the poison. Yesterday at the hospital, we saw you with this bottle. And though the contents spilled during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Mr. Holmes's chemistry set, the liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. So again, for people who don't know what strychnine is, it is a poison that you can find from plants. What? Strychnine? The very same poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare? Huh? Miss Green, you broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shamspeare's room with poison. How would she know about the pipe? Can this be? You broke into my room too. She's not denying it. It may seem incredible to the court. But from the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion that we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shamspeare's life with poison was you, Miss Olive Green!
Oh dearie. Me.
Order! Order! Counsel, are you seriously suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill? Yes. Yes, my lord. There's no other way to explain the facts. But if Miss Green did indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had to put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected, the attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Oh, that's a very good point. Or perhaps not, my lord. I beg your pardon? There was a significant police presence in the area that evening on account of the incident on Briar Road. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night as part of the ongoing inquiry. A circumspect criminal would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. Lord Penseeks. And of course, the following morning there was more activity at Mr. Shamspeare's address. More activity? Ah yes, the stabbing! You mean his fellow lodger, Mr. Natsume, being arrested on suspicion of murder? That's right. And as the defense has already proposed, Mr. Shamspeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason himself, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, thereby asphyxiating the occupant. So everybody is a murderer? But once Mr. Natsume had been arrested, his room was under constant surveillance by the police. In the circumstances, Mr. Shamspeare had no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. His intended victim being in a prison cell. With the need to tamper with the gas removed, the poison on the pipe lay dormant. And then, 3 days ago now, the situation changed again. Right, Mr. Natsume's trial, which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. the trial in which the man stood accused of stabbing Miss Green in the back, but was duly acquitted. That resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. And that very night, his gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shamspeare was mysteriously poisoned. In conclusion, the poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe had been put there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. Well, shit! With that new understanding, it becomes clear that this letter was all part of the plan. What plan? The court will recall that the note gave instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock, and that the recipient should tell nobody else. The reason for those instructions are now clear: to ensure that the lodger would not be at home at the stated time. To make sure I wasn't home? Exactly. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed, so she was the one who sent the letter. You mean to say that letter was written by Miss Green? Yes. Oh, shit. And in order to cover her tracks, she took it away with her when she left. Just after she smeared poison over the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Shit. Order, order! What do you have to say for yourself, witness? She's mad. Just who are you? Why did you try to kill me? Miss Green's motive should be obvious. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of this trial. So that's what's behind all this. Duncan Ross! You will share your apparent understanding with the court, please, counsel. Which person is behind this woman's motive for the attack on the victim's life?
Take that!
Duncan Ross. Duncan Ross. That's right. Before the defendant, Mr. Natsume, took up residence in the lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's, somebody else was renting the room. Mr. Duncan Ross. I knew I'd heard the name somewhere else. It was all over the papers a month ago, when the man died in strange circumstances at the haunted lodgings. Oh, shit! That does ring a vague... of course, yes! I remember now! The young man they claimed was strangled by the convict's curse or some such. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. The man died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing gas to leak into the room. It was murder, plain and simple. Well, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. Oh, she's making me nervous. She's making me nervous. If it's an interesting story they want to know, it doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. And once they're bored, just 1 month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. You mean Duncan was... Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Fiancé? You may not have known until now who Miss Green really is, Mr. Shamspeare. But she's known exactly who you are all along. Because you're her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Marry? Miss Green, is it not the case that in order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe? How did she know about the gas leak? The news stated he was strangled by a curse, so how did she know? Oh, she's just sad. I thought she might be angry. This is all quite extraordinary. Am I correct in my understanding that you now accuse both parties, counsel, each on different counts of murder? Yes. Yes, my lord. That's correct.
Objection!
Inhaling so deeply, it appears that my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. What? Yeah, what? Why would Mr. Shamsby have wanted to kill these lodgers, as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. So I think he wanted the lodging. He wanted the lodging that the other lodgers occupied. First it was Duncan Ross, and then it was Natsuki Natsumi. Yes, that's right, Mr. Reaper, my liege. I have been slighted. 'Tis lies, all lies, I deny every utterance. And you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Nahoda, sir. But I don't intend to admit to anything either. Miss Green. I'm sure you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. But you broke into the man's room. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around. That's... I broke into the man's lodgings just to have a look around. Sorry? You're right. I suspected him. So I thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence that it was him who took Duncan's life. Oh, vileness or villainy or tyranny or rotundity of a woman. But in any case, whenever I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. That whole place is falling apart. The locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some turps and a piece of wire. Oh, awfulness or awfulness or tyranny or profanity of woman. We will consider your trespassing on some future occasion, but for now, tell the court what you found. What evidence your search revealed? Well, I spotted a note that I sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Yes, so we found a photo of Duncan Ross in there, and the newspaper clipping of a killer and of a robber and killer. Yes, we also discovered that hiding place. Inside, we found a newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Yes, well, the thing is, when I found it, the box wasn't empty. What? There was something in it? Yes. It was the key. This rather nice key. Oh, shit! What are you doing with that? What key is that? What the? Every ounce of color has drained from his face. How does he only just notice this key? She's been wearing it. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. What was that, witness? What did you say? You inherited it? No, What's all this about? He inherited that key? It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. Fair's fair, that's what Miss Green says. So what? Tit for tat. So what if it means you can't open something now? I don't care. Give it back this minute. Give it to me. He inherited it? Did he kill someone for it? Calm yourself, witness. So Mr. Shamspear has tried, and in one case succeeded, to take the life of 2 lodgers now. Yes, his motive for doing so is the key to everything that's happened. Wait, let's have a look at the court records. Okay, he wasn't wearing the key. I thought he might be wearing the key around his neck, so I don't know. It's true that there appears to be no motive to support the accusation against Mr. Shamspear at first, but considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. What? I need to recall every piece of evidence at our disposal, everything we've seen and heard. Because I'm sure that I just caught a glimpse of the link that runs through all of these events. Really? I don't. In that case, counsel, I must demand that you present evidence to the court in support of your claim. What is it that you say can explain the motivation for Mr. Shamspear's alleged crimes? I don't know. Wait, maybe it's... The estimated £1,000 worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. It's the £1,000 loot. I wish we could see the picture, you know. I wish.
Take that!
That's an official police report. Is it not? Yes, the £1,000. Oh my god. £1,000 may not be a big deal to some people right now, but £1,000 was a lot of money in Victorian times. The Selden file? How did you get hold of that? Selden? The now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. The fact that they had lodgings in the same room. Oh, yes, we know this certainly. The £1,000 must be in the lodgings, a room that was formerly occupied by Selden, until that is, he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement in multiple burglaries. I see. And it so happens that the convict Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. The sum £1,000 worth of loot that he stole, yes, which as yet remains to be found. Ah, yes, of course, it's coming back to me now. £1,000 lost en route to hell. That was how the papers summed it up. And it seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Shamspear! It's not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with his most closely guarded secret, the location of the stolen loot, or perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. Oh. You mean this key is? Mr. Shamspear, it was you, wasn't it? You were at the capital offender's side when he died, were you not? What are you talking about? It is a false charge, I tell you, a false charge. The name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file, but the simple telegram to the prison where he died will quickly tell us how false the charge really is. Ooh. But even if it's true, why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? Because that's where the £1,000 is! There's only one explanation for that, my lord. It was in that very room that Selden hid his loot. So it all comes out. Yes. Yes. And having established that, they? All of Mr. Shamspear's subsequent actions start to make perfect sense. When he was let out of prison following Selden's death, he made immediately for Mr. Garadeb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. However, the retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation of his choice, because Selden's old room had already been let to somebody else, Mr. Duncan Ross. Which is why Mr. Shamspear subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And when he was successful, he presumably intended to inquire about switching into the newly vacant room. However, a certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. Mr. Soseki Natsume, the defendant of this case, no less. So you decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you, Mr. Shamspear? This time to oust Mr. Natsume. All for one simple and avaricious reason. To get your hands on the £1,000 of loot left behind by the dead convict. You... Ha ha ha! We got him! We got him! Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the coppers getting their mitts on it. It's hidden in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Here, this is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspear. Shit! It's all piecing together! It's mine. Oh, he changed. What did he just say? It's mine. It's mine. That loot is mine. Oh god, he's creepy. Mr. Shamspear? It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth.
I bet you can kill them. Prove that you killed them.
Oh yeah, I can.
I bet you can.
I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Everyone is shocked now. Everyone is creeped out. Look at him. If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me for the time being anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. I swore to myself that I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. He's creeping me out. I hated him before, and I definitely hate him now. Do you really think I'd just give up? There's no question in my mind now. This man is guilty through and through. Yeah, you think? But he seems so utterly intoxicated by the idea of that loot. I'm afraid that however hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a way. Pardon? There's one way I can finish him. No. He's already committed the most heinous crimes to get his hands on that loot. Which means all we need to do is find it first. A fine plan. Were it not for the fact that the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. If it's there at all, it must be very well hidden indeed. Yeah, okay. Without conclusive evidence, I certainly cannot rule. If only... If only there was some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. This is the final piece of this complex puzzle. Yeah, no shit. I'm gonna need some drink. I'm really getting very parched. Okay, let's go. But I think we might have it in our possession already. Or rather, I think we may well have something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Wait, we do? Whoa, 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 wait, what? Like where? Do we? Can't be there. The loot is empty. My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. I believe we are already in possession of something that could give us a clue as to where its whereabouts. You know who we haven't seen? Sorry, I did. What we haven't used? The photo. But that's outside. It's our last chance, so it has to be worth the gamble. Besides, we've used the same technique once already, and it definitely paid off then. Did we? I can't remember. Very well then, Castle. Let the court hear your idea. What do you propose we can use in order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hull? Your food is done, yes.
That's good. Are you done?
No. One final piece left and I'm stuck.
Oh, no. Don't go too late. Make sure you have some food, although we did have big lunch.
We did have a big lunch, so don't you worry.
Make sure you still eat something.
Will do. What could it be? What could it be? My guess is the photo? That shows outside, right?
Love you.
Love you too. I'm very much stuck. I don't think it's in the file. Oh! Could it be this? No. In order to locate the hiding place of the deceased convict's hall. I don't think it's this. Those are the books that Mr. Natsume. Oh no, I don't know. We can use in order to locate. So a photo? We can use the gun.
Take that!
We can use the skin print. Sherlock's skin prints. If I'm not mistaken, those are Mr. Shanspeare's handprints on the wall of his lodgings. That's right, my lord. Exposed as a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. Based on a wonderful new discovery in the field of forensic science by the great detective Mr. Holmes. A great detective? Is that some kind of joke? Do you really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I should think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shanspeare. I don't know why. His angry face, it gives me the creeps. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of my ridiculous title, Sherlock Holmes! Ah, it is Sherlock Holmes himself! What are you doing here, great detective? Your usual haunts are the filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. And I see your complexion has worsened since last we met. No, Mr. Sholmes, he does know Lord Van Zeek then. Well enough to say something like that in any case. Mr. Holmes, though you may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large, that does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. If I may, my lord. Mr. Holmes's new developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Clues, you say? I call them skin prints, my lord. My method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. It's the method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. You need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, I used the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. So now, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? What am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? Thank you for offering to help, Mr. Holmes. When the convict was arrested, he was living in what is now Saseki-san's room. We need a sample to help locate Selden's loot that's hidden in his old room. What form will the sample take? Wait. So if we look at this, witnessed only by his cellmate. We are going to present a person. We will need something of Selden's in order to create the indicator solution to find his loot, as something the convict owned happens to be in the possession of somebody listed in the court record. Upon my word, Mr. Naruhodo, your powers of reasoning appear to be on the up. So, which particular person do you have in mind? From whom can we obtain a possession of the late convict Selden to indicate a solution? William Shakespeare, naturally.
Take that!
And what, pray, does said person possess that could be applicable to our... Oh, no, shit. I was wrong. No, it's olive green with the key. Let's see your new and improved powers of reasoning at work, my dear fellow. Dear me, your left eye just twitched. Are you currently concocting an elaborate excuse? Shit, that was my bad. Ah! We should be olive green. It should be the key. The rest is in my hands.
Take that!
Miss Green. Oh, me? What do you want with me? The key around your neck, if you please. Sorry? Oh, he's mad. He's furious. That key belonged to Selden. There will be remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Very true. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Holmes's skin print seeker. And find out exactly what Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Mr. Shakespeare, as one great to another, I assure you. If the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. So, Mr. Shakespeare, the truth is well within our grasp now, and as such, you will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Holmes have this key. No! Give the key to me! The detective shan't have it! It's over, Mr. Shakespeare. How did he get out of prison? That's what I like to know. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. Oh, shameful spear, despair, be thy name. Bye-bye. He is Dunzo. He is Dunzo. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of the room, that's all. So you'd have time to find the convict's haul of stolen goods? Yeah, after you'd killed the young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. Why? I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. Mr. Garrett really has had a lot to put up with. Yeah, poor dude. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign a new lease. Poor Mr. Natsume. What unfortunate timing. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Bio Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, I thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. No, the scene was sealed off and guarded by the police night and day. And, if I remember rightly, Mr. Holmes spent the whole day in there reading books. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. Which is why, on the day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you once again tried your trick of blowing air into the gas pipe that feeds the stove in his room. Unbeknownst to you, however, that action would lead you into a deadly trap.
William Shakespeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question.
From Shakespeare's Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1.
Well, let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Miss Green holds she holds no mercy on him whatsoever. Whoa! Hi, Legacy! You are witnessing a murder? You're witnessing an arrest. That's what's happening. We're going to arrest this man for murder. Actually, it's quite complicated. He's getting arrested for murder on one dude, attempted murder on another dude, and that lady is probably going to get punished for attempted murder on this dude. So, a lot of murders and attempted murders.
At first, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died.
The gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive.
The gas supply?
Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse.
Oh, Duncan, please don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is.
Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There are spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I'd better not. We said we'd wait until we graduated before we told our parents, remember?
But that was the last time we ever spoke.
That very night he fell victim to the gas.
Oh, poor Olive. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I'd have insisted he left that horrible room that instant. But instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. I stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to grub scrubbery for some food, so I followed him and sat myself down next to him. He had some watery-looking soup and started to pick a quarrel with the publican.
That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed! The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me! I wake up in the middle of the night for freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. But the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like, I'm the problem, that's what they're thinking.
But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? Then I remembered. A rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations.
A rumor? Ah, you mean...
Yes, everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes.
How anything connected to the gas can be extinguished by blowing air into the pipework.
That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind that just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End.
Black market?
I never been. I just heard people talk about them, and you really can buy anything you can think of there. In some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined. I had to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder?
And your chosen method for establishing the truth was simple, but highly effective. Smear poison on the gas pipe you suspected the man of tampering with, and wait. If Mr. Shamspear was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. But if he was guilty, he would pay for his crimes dearly.
I found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspear. And then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Ryle Road at 5 p.m. on 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And of course, Mr. Shamspear followed the instructions to the letter. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. So I smeared a good amount of the poison I bought all around the mouth of the pipe, all the time praying that the devil's work wouldn't be done and that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying that the devil's work would be done and that the culprit would get his just desserts. Sorry, that's my phone going off. "3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward." "Yes, my lord. I certainly never imagined the depths of depravity that we should subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. It has been a long road, my Nipponese friend. Too long. Oh, yes. And one I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Oh. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green." "Yes, my lord?" "You will henceforth be stripped of your freedom, as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspear." "Yes, I know." "And you, Mr. Shamspear, you will be tried for the murder of Mr. Duncan Ross in cold blood and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Saseki Natsume here present." Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes?
Yesterday at the hospital, when you and your friends stopped me from
ending your life by drinking what was left in the poison bottle?
I wasn't myself. I can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems.
Doing some more coding? That's fair enough. Hope your coding is going well, Legacy. Well, personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green.
Oh.
And I like to believe that it's a blessing Mr. Shamspear didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least.
Oh, because of you I chose life, not death. And now you've made the truth come out at last. Really? I can't thank you enough. Oh, Miss Green.
Mr. Saseki Natsume. Yes, my lord. The court declares that you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. We are in full agreement, my lord. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant not guilty. Woohoo! We did it! Court is adjourned. February 23rd, 3:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. We did it, Saseki. Oh yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice? My dear fellow, if there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache.
Some say that a luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Holmes.
Welcome, student, Mr. Neville Hodder, Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom.
I'm very happy to have been able to help, Mr. Natsume. Congratulations on your acquittal. You're second in almost as many days.
Well done, Saseki. You went through a lot. I was first acquainted with a gained affection for English literature whilst in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books.
You've had such a difficult time, haven't you?
Ah, but a week ago now. I dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. My dear fellow, there is nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Alright. Wheresoever one goes in the world, humans are humans. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see that whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Well said. I've come to feel the same way. Ooh, what's he gonna say? I've made a decision too. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. Yes, we did see him back in Japan. What?
Just when we'd become friends here in England. What a terrible shame.
Oh, I know. That does tug at my heartstrings. It really does. But I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learnt here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. You go, Saseki.
Oh my, so you'll be creating your own literature, Mr. Natsume? How wonderful! Oh, well, no, I mean, I would have presumed to call it literature.
Why not, when that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache? I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. But as of now, all I know is that I like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. This is the calmest we've ever seen in Saseki.
I, for one, would love to read your work.
Well, all things considered, it may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Twice! Ah, that's very true. And there is no salvation for a person in the dark when the Reaper is the prosecutor. The desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand.
My goodness, yes! Faced with such a terrifying prospect.
Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm quite sure. We still don't know who set fire to that omnibus with Mr. McGilded inside. But that's not why I'm leaving! I mean it! Objection! And that was the case that we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Saseki-san did indeed return to Japan and submitted a report about both cases to the government. It was on reading that report that Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. And barely any time later, Sasato-san was given the news that she must return to Japan as well. On the back of a telegram stating falsely that her father had fallen gravely ill. The only possible explanation that comes to mind is what happened after the trial on the following day, the day that we uncovered the loot hidden by the now deceased convict in his former lodgings. 24th of February, 10:13 a.m., Mr. Natsume's room.
Oh, well done, Mr. Sholmes. How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day.
Wasn't it supposed to take 30 minutes? As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? So did we find it? Where was it?
Gregsy's been happily munching in agreement this whole time, you know, Hurley.
Happily? I think perhaps humorlessly might be closer to the truth. So, it transpires the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. And what's in it? What exactly is the loot? Let us look then. If you're ready, let's examine the late burglar's haul. Let's see. What is that? It looks to be some sort of neckband or collar. A collar! It's huge though! And look at all the gemstones set in it. I can see why it was claimed to be worth £1,000. Perhaps I could have it as a belt. It has blood on it though. Oh, have you noticed on the inside there are some dark stains. There's blood. You don't think they could be blood, do you? I mean, there's quite a lot of it.
On second thoughts, perhaps I won't have it as a belt.
Shoot! Then of course there's this emblem here. A large letter B and a small crown. What does it signify, do you think?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that.
Is that a B?
I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know. Where could it have been?
That's enough of that, I think. What? What's the matter with Mr. Holmes? All the colour has drained from his face. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this on too. It could be valuable evidence, after all. It must be kept safely under lock and key. I wonder if it has something to do with the Baskervilles. Ah, yes. Get your grubby hands off that, you lot, and hand it over. Now. Ooh. I never seen a collar that large before, and all those jewels certainly look to be extremely valuable. But that's not what stood out the most to me, at least not once I noticed it. Those dark marks on the inside of the collar, those stains, could they really have been blood?
Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? But it's all buttoned up now.
And you look very pleased, Iris.
I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. But this case would be perfect. It's been so fascinating.
You're talking about the latest installment of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I presume.
The mystery of the knife in the mist. And the mustached man and the convict's curse, perhaps.
Yeah, that sounds really good titles.
I can make it a two-part story. Oh, I can't wait.
You lived through it, Sasato. A word, please, Iris.
Yes? What is it, Hurley?
I'm sorry, but you can't write about this case. It's out of the question.
What? Why not? It's a great case.
Then I shall have to insist that you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? Oof. He's stern. He's stern about this one.
Yes.
Oh, he was very stern. Sherlock!
And so it was that the second of Soseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story. It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again. With an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Ooh! Oh, things are getting more and more interesting! I'm going to save this. Oh my god, that was a lot to take in. That was a lot. Holy Jesus. Well, that is a good end to the stream. I do hope you guys very much enjoyed that. Thank you ever so much for joining me in my stream. Let me go put some music on while I go and find someone to raid. I'm hoping... Who is available to raid? Let's have a look. Oh, Level Up Pixie is playing Kirby and the Forgotten Land. I've been meaning to look at a Kirby game. Let me just try and there we go. Level Up Pixie. She's an absolutely lovely streamer. She likes to stream really chill games, one of them being Disney Dreamlight Valley, so do give them all the love in the world. And yes, guys, thank you so much for joining me in the stream. The next time I'm going to be streaming would be The Witcher 3. We're on a Tuesday, so if you're interested, do come by and say hi. I greatly appreciate you, lovelies. And in any case, do take care. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I shall see you guys on Tuesday. Bye-bye.